Okay. Oh, all right. Good morning, anybody. Let's get this thing switched over. All right. Hello, anybody. It's very early, so I'm sorry if I'm a little low energy right now. But first thing I wanted to do is read the passionates. See, there is to see with these. So let's do that. Chat window quickly. Okay. All right. So full patch notes. So the only thing that should be different on these from the ones they released before are that the any job balance changes will actually be in here. So also turn a little music on so that I have some brain melt stuff happening. Cool. All right. So let's see here. Patch notes. So it looks like normal stuff, main scenario, the new raid quests. New game plus stuff is added. Treasure hunt has been added. New sub ranks have been added. Some new housing items have been added. New equestrian rolls, new aquarium fish, new seeds. Standard. The new Air Force One map. I wish that this would change. I still don't love that this is the way that it is. But what are you gonna do? Also like a very minor complaint, right? New triple try cards and new voices for Dim Mahjong, new Wondrous Tales, Tsukiyomi's Unreal. Excited for that. A lot more interesting than Siryu. Geodude. Duty Recorder, some new hairs, a lot of new hats for the Hrothgar and Viera. Lots of good stuff there. I saw this in the preliminary. It's kind of a weird thing, but they're doing this thing where if you're holding the torch, it'll now display an icon if you can use an emote while you're holding the torch. I didn't think there was enough of them for that to matter, but I guess there is. But here we go. Alright, so Dark Knight, Living Shadows Simulacrum has been increased from 20 to 22 seconds. Interesting. Holy shit, this is a massive change. Bloodfest now increases your maximum cartridges to 6, in addition to granting 3 charges to your powder gauge. Recast time has been reduced from 120 to 60 seconds. Wow, that's actually insane. That is a massive, massive change for Gunbreaker. That's ridiculous, actually. I can't believe that they did that. I'm a little bit in shock. I have a Gunbreaker main in my static, and I promised that I would make a breakdown of the notes. So I'm gonna be typing at the same time. That's a crazy, crazy change. I actually can't believe that they made that change to Gunbreaker. That is a nutso change. It looks like they're reducing the potency of a lot of stuff kind of across the board to make up for the fact that you're now going to be bursting every minute with Bloodfest. They're actually making double down 2 cartridges again, so that'll fix basically all of the problems with that as well. But this is crazy. I'm actually shocked by that. Gnashing Fang is now a charged action with the maximum of 2 charges. Holy shit. They just like completely changed the way the Gunbreaker plays. That's really fascinating. I really wasn't expecting them to make a change that big to Gunbreaker. That's nuts. I'm I'm a little bit in shock by that. I gotta send a message to my Gunbreaker and my Static because he's probably gonna be like, what? That's a crazy change. It's funny. I was just watching I was just watching that Xenos video that he put out where he was complaining about Bloodfest and Double Down being one cartridge and how it completely removes the point for having 3 cartridges. So why even bother having it? So I wonder how he's going to react to that change because I know that he's been a big proponent of making Bloodfest a 60-second cooldown and it just giving 2 cartridges and having everything cost 1 cartridge. If you're gonna have everything cost 1 cartridge, then you don't need 3. So I'm curious to see what his reaction to that is going to be. I look forward to seeing that. Okay. Me. That's a crazy, crazy change. I cannot believe that they did that. It's actually shocking. All right. Moving on. So Ninja Gokamekyaku just got a potency increase, a big one. All right, let's see. Viper got some buffs. Potency increase. All potency increases. But it looks like their AoE got nerfed quite a bit. So reduction in potency from first target has been changed from 60% to 75, 65 to 80. So they got a 15% fall off hit on basically everything, on Uncoiled Fury, Twin Fang, Twin Blood, and all of the Reawakened skills all got a 15% fall off nerf. Which, you know, I can see why they might do that. Viper's very strong in AoE. But as a result, like they did buff single target kind of pretty substantially. I mean, like Vice Pit got a 30 potency. You know, Bloodied Maw got a 60 potency buff when it's under Venom. 20 potency on just like the standard. These are Reaving Maw and Steel Maw. Those are the AoE basic attacks, right? Yeah. So that's interesting. It looks like they kind of buffed our basic, like our AoE rotation, and took some of the power out of the AoE burst, out of Uncoiled Fury and Reawaken. So okay, yeah, I'm not really sold on that, but okay. Looks like Bard, Apex Arrow got some buffs. Blast Arrow got some buffs. And Radiant Encore got some buffs. So a little bit of Bard buffs. Machinist got some buffs. They got basically all their cooldown abilities got a little bit of potency. They changed Talana yet? Nope. Dancer's in shambles, man. But yeah, just a Dancer buff, a little bit of damage buff. Oh gosh, Manification got a big change. I'm scared to read that. Embolden Got a 5% buff for the red mage, so that's pretty cool. So your own magic damage buff went from 5% to 10%, so much higher. All right, in accordance with the removal of enhanced magnification, recast time has been reduced from 120 to 110. Okay, now temporarily increases the range of Enchanted Riposte, Enchanted Zershao, Enchanted Redoublement to 25 yalms. An additional effect grants 6 stacks of magnification has been changed to grant 3 stacks of magic stored play. The duration remains at 30 seconds. The additional effect of grants Prefulgence Ready upon consuming 6 stacks of magnification has been changed to grants Prefulgence Ready. That's interesting. So magnification is going to let you use your melee combo from range. That's really interesting, actually. That's a really interesting change that I kind of wasn't expecting. Wow. Cool. Really unique change. I'm curious to see kind of what that means for Red Mage. That's sort of a fascinating change for them to make. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. We'll see what happens with that. And then it looks like they got some buffs. This is a good change. Prefulgence can now be swapped with Magnification. That's a good change. And they just removed enhanced Magnification across the board, it looks like. So they just changed the way the Magnification functions a little bit. Which is fine. I think that's fine. But I'm really interested to see... I'm curious to see what the implications of this are. That's pretty fascinating stuff. All right, White Mage. It looks like White Mage just got a little bit of a buff. Plenary Indulgence. The effective grants confession ready, or grants confession to nearby party members has been changed to grants confession to nearby party members, reducing damage taken by 10%. So Plenary Indulgence is now a defensive ability instead of just a triggered heal bomb, which is kind of cool. Again, I'm curious to see what that looks like. Biolysis got a buff. Alright, Collective Unconscious. Damage reduction effect duration has been increased from 5 to 10 seconds. The effects will be applied continuously to self and all party members standing within the Celestial Ring. Has been changed to Wheel of Fortune will be applied continuously to self and all party members standing within the Celestial Ring. So I guess they just changed the wording of this and then just made it last 5 seconds longer. So not really a big change. Creation Doses got an upgrade. So yeah, this is they gave this a whole separate section for the Bloodbreaker change, or Gunbreaker change. That's pretty interesting. So the maximum capacity of the powder gauge while under the effect of Bloodfest has been increased to 4. Upon learning Cartridge Charge 2, Bloodfest will increase the maximum number of cartridges to 6. So, very interesting. Oh, this is good. Full stacks of lilies and the blood lily in full bloom will be granted to white mages upon the beginning of duties. So you will come into a duty with a fully loaded job gauge to dump misery like immediately. That's a good change, I think, for white mage. So new dungeon, new trial, extreme, Tsukiyami's Pain, Wings of Knighthood have been increased for the drop rate, Night Totem. Tokens for normals, Savage is available on the 6th. All that's the same as it was on the last, the temporary, preliminary patch notes, excuse me. Still waking up. The disconnect thing for Deep Dungeon is really cool. The Cult Crescent changes. New tomes. New expert, obviously with the new dungeon. Yeah, nothing surprising here. This is, I believe this was all in the preliminaries. Tombstone changes. The new PvP stuff. Yeah, this was all in the preliminaries. I'm not gonna really. I mean, obviously they made PvP changes. I'm not gonna like focus on that a lot because I don't really do enough PvP to like know what the implications of these are. New PvP mount. New commendation crystals gear is the old feast armor that's been recolored and changed. So they're cool to see them actually bringing back some old gear. The new Frontlines map, Worker Chirte. I'm excited to try that. New items, all the new gear. Some changes to names of stuff. And then a bunch of items will now have 2 die channels. So this is, let's see. This is all the Heavensward weapons. The relic weapons from Heavensward. Yeah, replica, yeah, sharpened, Turpender. Yeah, this is all that. And then this is the 12 gear from PvP. Interesting. And then it looks like some other PvP gear, the Akaoni stuff. So like the Japanese style gear from PvP is also getting 2 die channels. Okay. Kitsali gear can now be exchanged for stacks of nuts. Glamour unlock. The outfit glamour change. I'm happy about that. The actual repair all button. This was a huge thing that they snuck into the preliminary notes and didn't talk about at all. I'm very excited about that. And the confirmation when extracted materia has been removed. That's exciting. Don't have to hit twice to do one thing. Some trial synthesis changes. These are good. New miner and botanist nodes. New items have been added to gathering nodes. Fishers cannot change their bait while mounted, so you don't have to be on the ground to do that. Aethernet shards have been added to Sinus Ardorum and Fena, so you can teleport around, and they're adding this new like stacking gold system. So if you get a gold on a mission, you get like a token, and the longer you stack that up, the higher your rewards go. So that's pretty cool. New items, new barding, a couple model texture updates, changes to achievements, and then the strategy board. The command panel, I'm really interested about this. I'm gonna have to mess with that a lot later. Looks like just standard resolved issues and known issues. Cool. All right. That all looks good. So I'm gonna go ahead and see if we can't get this thing going. Hopefully it launches. Yes, it will update. Just do this really quick. All right, we are downloading the patch, so should be good to go here in just a second. Internet's usually pretty fast. Really interesting changes in the patch notes. There's some really fascinating stuff I wasn't expecting in there. That the change to Gunbreaker is like actually insane. I really wasn't expecting that at all. So very cool that they're like at least trying some new stuff. Very curious to see what ends up happening with that, because that's a pretty big change, a non-insubstantial change. So I'm very curious to see what happens. Because I mean, having Bloodfest every minute, having 6 cartridges under Bloodfest, like that's gonna really change how Gunbreaker like functions at a gameplay level. Going to radically change their rotation, like how they arrive at burst window, how they go through their burst window. Very interesting. So we'll see. All right, should be just about done here. Just installing the patches. Right, that's me. It looks like maintenance is still going, so that's fine. So I'm going to, like I said, I do a little thing for my group where we I like cover kind of everything for them, because I can wake up really early and do this, and they sometimes can't, and often can't. So I'm gonna do a little. Oh my goodness, for real? Okay, how about that? Alright, well, I guess that's just not meant to be. Alright, so while the maintenance is still happening, which hopefully that's over soon, right? Okay, well, it's still going, so I'll just close that for now. Let's give it a few minutes. So I'm gonna pull up the patch notes over here again. And I'm gonna make this little thing I do for my group. Crazy change to Gunbreaker. I'm still shocked by that. And also the Red Mage change, it looks kind of interesting, being able to use your melee combo like from a distance. I don't know if we can call it the melee combo anymore. It's pretty interesting. No changes to Paladin or Dark Knight. Kind of not super surprising, I guess. Ninja just got a buff on Goku Mekakyu. Let's see, Viper had its GCD AoE combo buffed. All other AoE skills nerfed via fall off. So they got all the reawakened stuff got a 15% potency fall off nerf. Interesting that those are the only changes they made to melees. No other changes. It's kind of interesting. I would think like, holy shit, I can't type, it's too early. My brain isn't on yet. I would think that they would like just try to do something, but I guess not. Bard just got buffed to big skills, so Blast Arrow, Apex, and Encore. Machinist got Drill, Anchor, Chainsaw, and Excavator buffs. Dancer, still no Talana. And then Saber, Fan Dance, War, and Last Dance, all buffed. Oh my god, I can't type, man. It's too early. So casters, they didn't make any changes except for the Red Mage changes. Embolden now increases your damage by 10%, up from 5. Manification, huge changes. Melee combo now has range of 25 yalms under Manification, which is a really interesting change. And then just a buff to Vice of Thorns. No changes on Picto. Let's see, White Mage, Plenary is now a defensive skill. That reduces damage taken by 10%. That's kind of interesting. Glare 3 buffed. Misery buffed. And they didn't say it in here, but they also snuck in that we'll now start all duties with 3 lilies and blood lily bloomed. So that's a pretty big change that they didn't put in here for some reason, but they did put it in like a text thing further down. Astro. Scholar just got a dialysis buff. That's it. Astro got wording on collective unconscious changed. And Sage just got Eucrasian Dosis 3 buffed, and that's literally it. So not a ton of changes, but it seems like the changes they did make are pretty big ones. I'm still kind of shook by the Gunbreaker change. That's a crazy change. Really interested to see how that like plays out, what the reaction to that is, because that's a pretty like massive gameplay change to Gunbreaker, just like fundamentally. So very curious to see what people say about that. All right, and once I send this, hopefully maintenance will be done for real, and I can get into the game here. All right, let's see. Here. All right. So hopefully. No, still under maintenance. Dang. So this is going a little longer than they thought, I guess. They said 2 a.m. PST, which was like 20 minutes ago. Right? I read that correctly? Let me double check. Now I'm questioning myself. Yeah, 2 a.m. PST. So, huh. Well, hopefully it comes up soon. I feel like YouTube is always telling me that my bitrate is too low. But I like don't have any settings that I can change to make it different in OBS. And I know I don't have a issue with like upload. I'm not really sure what the problem is. But what are you gonna do? Oh wait, I do see what the issue is. Okay. Hang on, let me turn this up. Hopefully this helps. So I definitely noticed when I did that test stream the other night that the quality was a little lame, a little choppy. I'm hoping that if I turn this up, it helps. I think that's what they said the recommendation is. Yeah, so they recommend that. So hopefully it'll get pushed up to that here in a second. And it will be good. Oh. Hello, Aralia. Sorry I missed your message in chat. For some reason, my OBS chat window is not showing my YouTube chat. So I like have to open the YouTube studio to see it. I'm so worried about how they're changing Darkhold and Veil. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't. You know, I think that they're trying to like modernize a lot of the stuff, and I don't think that that's like inherently a bad idea, but we'll just have to see like what actually happens, you know. Because if it's, I hope they don't take away the crystal thing in Zemiel, where like the crystal gives the vulnerability to the boss and everything. I hope they don't change that, because I like that's something in a dungeon that like the other dungeons don't do. So I'm hoping that that doesn't get like completely gutted, because it would be really unfortunate to have like one of the only unique like dungeon things be removed. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Those are the first two things I'm trying out. Yeah. I'm curious to see what they do. But you know, I'm sure that if they do that, I'm sure they don't like wouldn't do it without reason. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it would be really hard to you know, make that function properly for some reason with the duty support, the trusts. Maybe there's a pragmatic reason for them to remove that stuff. I'm not sure, but personally, I think that it would be a lot more fun to just like let that be what it is, and you know, see what's happening. Praetorian bosses need a rework. Yeah, I feel like just a lot of the older like bosses, just sort of in general, just need some changes. Just like as a general like vibe check, I think that a lot of the older content in this game, like the level 50 and below content, is just like really, really out of date. And it seems like they're going back and like trying to change some of it, but I don't know exactly how successful they're being. So we'll see. Again, it's one of those like we kind of have to just like wait and see. Gaius is mostly fine, but he could use Bella Vita more often. Yeah, the Gaius fight is super boring. It's a little bit like anticlimactic to have Gaius be like the main bad guy of like the base story, like the 1 to 50 base story. And then you just like absolutely clown on him and he dies before he can even do like 1/3 of his mechanics at this point. Like you push him to 1% and the game has to like force you to not deal damage because he's gonna die before he even transitions into golden Gaius and like does the whole thing that he does. So it's definitely he could definitely use some changes. Magitech Colossus only needs 1 Medica 2, and Nero is only 2 Medica 2s and 1 Benediction for the tank. Yeah, I mean, the damage, like, input and output in old content is just, like, so whack. I mean, you can absolutely, like, face roll 98% of it and just have, like, 0 problems. So, again, it's just, like, a question of, like, how much modernizing do they do, so... Just kind of have to wait and see. The game is still down for maintenance, man. So their maintenance is definitely going a lot longer than they thought it would. It's just interesting to me. Did they say anything about it? Not yet. So we're still down. I thought they said 2 a.m. PST, which would be 5 a.m. EST. No? That's what I saw, at least. I'm not sure. Check client follow-up top notification. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Candidly, I like haven't used the standard launch client in like a long time. Let me look at that. All worlds maintenance follow-up. Extended as we are working on addressing an issue that occurred with the lobby database server. Currently anticipate the maintenance to continue until approximately 3 a.m. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Okay, well, the good news is that's only like 30 minutes, so no biggie. And it's not like I was rushing into any huge content, so it's all good. Yeah. Cool. Well, I wish that, what client do you use? I use Dalamud launcher, or the XIV launcher, whatever it's called. It basically just, you put your information in and it just auto launches and auto updates everything for you. So you don't have to type your login information every time. That's mostly why I use it. I can just hit a button and the game launches. It's very convenient. That's pretty much all it does. And of course it like enables Dalamud if you want to do whatever you want to do, but I don't do much of that. A little bit, not much. Yeah, I think it's just called I think it's just called XIV launcher. Yeah, XIV launcher. Oh, I can do this. Okay, cool. I'll do this. Found a way to have my chat up. Since OBS is like broken and doesn't want to show me my chat for some reason. Cool. Also, since you're live, I'd like to offer my gratitude for dealing with me sometimes grading personality. It's all good. I you know, I enjoy having conversations about this game, and I'll have a conversation about this game with anybody. Just because I don't agree with people all the time doesn't mean that like I can't talk to them, right? So I think that just knowing how to communicate with people and like meet them where they're at is very important. And anytime I get to try to do that, and I'm not always perfect at it. In fact, I'm very rarely good at it. But anytime I can do that and try to understand another person and they can understand me, then that's a good thing. So plus it's fun. You know, the community's small, but it's a good time. So I feel like there's always some good conversation happening in there, and some fun stuff. And I've got some, I've got an interesting. I guess I'll leak this. I've got an interesting collab video coming up that I'm filming in January with a couple people. That's gonna be more of like a Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 14 kind of tie-in thing. So interesting to see how that goes. Aries energy myself, so we tend to have high intensity passion, but no long-term stuff. Yeah, I don't I don't know like jack shit about the astrology thing. I don't like super subscribe to that. Yeah, people are free to believe whatever they want to believe and hold whatever they want, but I've just never like personally put much stock into it. I can get super angry and then an hour later I don't even feel like I was ever mad. Yeah, I mean, I think that like I have that sometimes. I think that that's just like a passionate person thing, you know. My mom always used to say like, Chris has got big feelings. That's what she always used to say about me. Because I do get like super passionate. I can get super heated about stuff that I'm like really interested in talking about, and people will perceive that as me being very upset. But I'm just like fired up. You know, I'm not really angry. I'm just kind of caught up in it. So I feel that 100%. All right. Well, if we're gonna be waiting a minute, I might go make a cup of coffee really quick because I feel like I'm awake enough now that I can actually get something out of it. So I might go ahead and do that really fast while we're still waiting for maintenance to end here. Yeah, it's still down. All right, cool. I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee super quick, and I will be right back. Enjoy the Space Roast Final Fantasy 11 remixes. All right, we're back. All right, all right, all right. What job changes are you the most satisfied with? I'm really, really surprised by the Gunbreaker change. That's a that's a crazy change. I got a piece of bread for breakfast because I didn't prep anything else. Um, yeah, the Gunbreaker change is like actually nuts. Having Bloodfest go from 120 to 60 is like already a huge change, and then on top of that, making it double your cartridge limit while you're under the effect of Bloodfest is nuts. So I'm very curious to see the implications of that, because that like completely changes how Gunbreaker is going to like arrive at their burst window and also like move through their burst window. So that like fundamentally changes the way the Gunbreaker plays. Um, Also the red mage change with manification giving the melee combo a 25 yalm range temporarily is a really interesting change. I'm very curious to see, like, because that means that every 2 minutes you can do your melee combo from range. You don't have to move in, kind of like a paladin. Um, so that again is like a fundamentally different experience that red mage just like never had. And they're just like dropping that in a patch, which is crazy. I'm also happy to see that white mage is gonna get all their lilies on a duty start now, pre-charged, so they don't have to charge it up. That'll be nice. Math people have already said that skill speed Gunbreaker is now the only Gunbreaker in Xenos' chat. I mean, I trust like the math people a lot. And that's, I could see that being the case. I could see skill speed definitely being like way more important for Gunbreaker now, because since you're going to be able to Bloodfest every 60 seconds, and it's going to give you 6 cartridges, assuming that you hold in your 2 minute, then like, you know, they didn't make No Mercy any longer. So like now you have more stuff that you can press inside of No Mercy. So I'm imagining that skill speed is definitely going to become like more valuable to Gunbreaker, which I think is cool, man. Like, give us jobs that utilize materia in like more interesting and different ways. I'm excited to see what happens with Gunbreaker because of this change. I think that it is a really interesting just like swing. If nothing else, like they're trying something on Gunbreaker, and I think that that's really cool, man. I'm really curious to see again, like just like what the implications of this are, because it's a massive change. I mean, that's a huge change. I mean, that's like an expansion rework level change, and they're just like doing it. um, I don't know. I'm very curious. I'm very curious to see how that works out. Monk is the worst with skill speed. Yeah, yeah. Since they made I mean, like Monk has never been great to have skill speed on because of Grease Lightning. Like even before it was a trait, when it was just like their job gauge, it was still bad then. Um, and again, I think that's fine, right? Like it does make melding like annoying if you play multiple jobs, because your base will be different. Especially because like Samurai, there is a build for Samurai that like very heavily focuses on skill speed. Um, and Monk wants like absolutely 0 skill speed, so it's a little funny. But I mean, again, I'm fine with like jobs having different stat priorities. I think that's a good thing. I'm a little like curious about the Dark Knight change. Like, why bother making Simulacrum 2 seconds longer? I'm just not sure like what the what the justification is there for that. But then again, I like don't really like Simulacrum. Just like I don't really like that ability as a whole. Samurai works because it has Shenton on GCD. Yeah, I mean Samurai also works because if you stack enough skill speed, it just like Dawn Trail Samurai just plays like Endwalker Samurai. Like you don't have the weird like multi-minute looping thing that it has right now because of the 2 GCDs they added every minute with the Subame change where you get it after every EI. So 1 second to load it and it's basically a dot. Yeah, I mean Dark Knight just has 2 dots that are disguised as abilities. It's got Salted Earth and Living Shadow, which are both just dots. 20-minute was active for only 19 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I get the rationale, but it's like that's the change you're gonna make to this ability is you're gonna make it actually last for 20 seconds. It's just not interesting to me. I just fundamentally don't think it's a very good skill. Just personally, it's not that it like doesn't function or like doesn't do anything, but like you said, it's literally just a dot with like a Groucho Marx mask on to like pretend that it's not a dot. So I would have really preferred that it just changed. Yeah, I did think it was interesting that I don't know what Paladin changes needed to happen, but I guess they don't know either, so they made none. And then Warrior, I'm a little surprised that Warrior didn't get a buff. Like a damage buff. Because it divides by 3, it follows server ticks. Yeah, I mean, again, like, I understand why they made that change, like, fundamentally, like, from a systems level, I understand why they made it, like, it lasts 3 seconds, or it lasts full 20 seconds, it's divisible by 3, server tick, blah, blah, blah. I get all of that, but I still just don't like the skill. I would rather them just give me a different skill, or just make it, like, actually a dot, like, just bring Scourge back, because that's, all this is a Scourge, but with, like, a VFX mod, to make it cool. So I would rather just have Scourge, personally. I did think it was interesting that like none of the melees got any changes at all, except for Viper getting all those AoE changes and Ninja getting 1 skill buffed. And then just like nothing else for melee. I thought that was kind of strange. I mean, I guess the melees are like really balanced right now. I don't think anybody's super outperforming the other when you take all the factors into consideration. So I understand why they didn't do that. Could you see Scourge on the battlefield? No, I mean, it was just a dot. That's why I said, like, Living Shadow is basically just Scourge with a VFX mod to make it cooler, right? But Scourge didn't have problems with, like, deployment time. It didn't have problems with server tick. It just applied. I don't know. I think that Living Shadow is, like, flavorful, and it's, like, visually cool, but from a functional, like, system standpoint, I just dislike the button. Good to see that all the Fizz ranged got buffed. I'm still pissed that Talana hasn't changed on Dancer. I think that that's like really, really goofy. Mind you, I started in Endwalker. Yeah, I'm just from the old head perspective, that's where I'm at, you know. But yeah, very, very annoyed that Talana still hasn't changed. I don't know why they're like holding on to that so tightly. And then yeah, like the Red Mage change is really interesting. The fact that it'll let you use your melee combo from 25 yalms is cool. I'm curious to see like what that means, what the implications for that are. And I'm glad that White Mage is getting lilies on duty load now. That's cool. I have wanted them to do that. What's the issue with Talana? So when they made Like in Dantro, when they made all the buttons that give 50 gauge, no longer give 50 gauge, they just give you like a free use of the thing, you know? So like now instead of embolden giving, or not embolden, manification, giving 50 white and 50 black mana, now it just gives you 3 stacks of this buff that you can use your combo on. Or, you know, like Reawaken or Serpent's Ire on Viper doesn't give 50 gauge, it just gives you a free Reawaken, right? Or like they did it for Reaper, where when you use Harvest, it gives you a free use of whatever it's called. But Talana does not do that. Talana still gives 50 Esprit. It does not just give you a proc that lets you use the skill. It gives you 50 Esprit to use the skill. So if you move into your burst window with more than 50 gauge, more than 50 Esprit, and then you hit Talana, you will overcap like automatically by default, and there's no way to avoid it because you can't really delay pressing Talana to press a Saber Dance to make sure that you aren't overcapped. So you have to like hope and pray that you don't get a bunch of Esprit like randomly in the beginning of your burst. So it's just a really dumb thing that they could change and they just haven't. White Mage now has a bunch of dumb pre-pull decisions. Hell yeah, I love pre-pull decisions. I think that's cool. I like the idea of being able to like just open the fight with an Afflatus. Just like fucking slam a Misery, like first frame of raid buffs, just like hit Misery instantly and just like blow something up. I think that's super fun. I'm cool with that. I have no problem with that. It was interesting that you know, the healer damage was all pretty balanced. No big like changes there, but they did buff White Mage a little bit. They did buff Scholar and Sage's dots a little bit. And then I thought it was interesting that Plenary got that new damage taken minus 10%. I think that's interesting. Curious to see what they do with that. They also weren't like super clear if Plenary still gives the like prepped heal bomb. They like weren't super clear about if it still does that or not. So I'm curious to see if it still does, and if it doesn't, is it like just the defensive now? So I don't know. They definitely are like swinging for some stuff. Now it fits with Collective Unconscious. Do you mean like they function the same way, or which is why Astra was always taken? Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about like high-end healing to like have like a super strong opinion on it, like generally speaking. So I know what all the skills are in this game, but I can barely ever remember the full text. So let me read. Collective Unconscious. Raises Celestial Ring, reduces damage taken by 10% for self and any party members within 30 yalms, and applies Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune gives a regen. Oh, okay, I see. So this has always given 10%, and Plenary did not. So they just, by default, had more mitigation than White Mage did. I see. Yeah, I can see why they would change that then. And it looks like it does still have the Cure Bomb effect based on... Let me pull this up. There we go. Yeah, based on the new tooltip. So you still get the Cure Bomb, but you also get the 10%. So that's a nice change. curious to see, where's that one section where they like talk about why they made the changes. Here we go. We increased the action potencies of physical range DPS and healers after reevaluating overall job balancing. Additionally, we continue to the adjustment of area of attack actions at 7.3. We've enhanced the potency of Ninja while tempering that of Viper. I think this is a good change. I think Viper AoE was like crazy strong. And we saw that a lot, like the consequences of that and like M6S, where Viper was just like absolutely undisputed, the best melee to have in that fight, period, end of statement. So very curious. Simulacrum summoned by Living Shadow was experiencing an issue wherein, depending on the location of its appearance, it was unable to execute all of its actions before retreating from battle. For this reason, we have extended the duration of Living Shadow. Maximum number of actions available to Simulacrum has not changed. Yeah, so they're basically just saying, well, hopefully you get the extra stuff out of it now. Only thing White Mage needs is a size at 48, so doing coil synced isn't the worst. It has no MP tools at 50. Yeah, I think all the jobs really need like a reevaluation of like when they learn skills. I'm like really firmly of the belief that like every job should have basically its full kit at 50, and then it just evolves over time. Sort of like, ironically, like despite the fact that Summoner is super boring at 100, I think that it is the best. Like the roadmap of how it learns its skills and how it upgrades them is the best of any of the jobs in the game. So I do think that Summoner is a good model to follow for like when you learn abilities and like when your kit starts to come online and like when you know, how it evolves over time. I think Summoner is like the standard that they should follow. They should just make Summoner way more interesting to play. I'm just boring until 84. It's boring at 100, but that's not the argument I'm making, right? The Gunbreaker did not manage their cartridges carefully during burst phase. Executing Bloodfest would result in cartridge overflow. To rectify this irritation, we have added the effect of Bloodfest to increase the maximum number of cartridges available. Yeah, I mean, this is like a crazy... Also, the Gnashing Fang being on charges, I forgot about that. That's a crazy... It's a crazy change. The Gunbreaker stuff is just like nuts. There's so many changes. Fascinating stuff for Gunbreaker. Fizz range just got overall buffs. Yeah, the Red Mage change is really cool. I don't know if I like super agree with their reasoning behind it, but I do think that it's a good change. I think that it's like fun thing to have to like be able to rip it at range. So I'm curious to see like what that means. Until you get Mountain Buster, Summoner doesn't change for 80 levels. Slipstream, Rush, Mountain Buster makes Summoner fun to play. The rest of the kit is bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Again, my argument is not that like Summoner is like a super well designed and like beautifully executed job. It's just that like I think that hey, it looks like we're up. They have a really good progression like through their leveling experience. That's the argument I'm making, is that like their entire kit is available to them basically at level 50. And then it just evolves from there and adds more layers. It builds outward. Whereas the rest of the jobs feel like they're building upward, and I think that like generally feels worse. Because it means that the jobs change a lot throughout the leveling process, and you can't really settle into them very well. And that leads to people not knowing what they're doing when they hit endgame. Alright. Monk is also the same. Yeah, to a degree. I think that Monk is like in a pretty okay spot. I just wish that like the order that some of its stuff was learned in should change. I think it's very cringe that it gets like up until whatever level you get the middle AoE skill, you have to do AoE single target AoE. Like, I think that is just like horrible, bad design. All right, turning the music off because we're in the game. We're live. And the glamour change is in full effect. So very cool that I can do that now. Super stoked on that. Looks great. All right. Well, I pre-positioned myself here. So the Cure to Duo Darkhold Veil. Sure. Yeah, actually, that's fine. We could do that. Just to check those out. I'm gonna start this MSQ just so I can like get it started. But I'd be down to do that.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones.
We need like a
Beings like Calyx be able to manipulate
last time on Final Fantasy 14. I feel like I can never remember what happened by the time the next patch comes out.
Alize and I have come to a decision.
Okay.
We will depart Tural in the coming days. Other nations must be
Okay.
informed about Alexandria.
So they're setting up for 8.0, obviously Alize and
Then we shall
Alpha
return
No
to
will
Garlemald.
be
Our experiences here should serve us
the canaries there, and they're going back to Garlemald. Garlemald restoration win.
However, one pressing matter remains. Calyx's
All right.
summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured.
Calyx and the Ascians are aligned. You fought Necron, smashed a robot. Yeah, I mean that's
On the 9th.
the gist of it, right?
I have done what I can to treat the enthralled and those still afflicted with Levin sickness. I may now devote my undivided attention.
Then we
All
shall
right, so
release
Mori
the
stole the
remaining
time.
elements. Do let
It's Erenville. My time in Tural is at an end, and so I'm headed to the harbor now.
Aaronville is headed out.
We'll meet again. Of that. And pull you away from more important business.
Yeah.
What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh boy.
But I thought you'd like to know. I've detained the feud. He promises to tell us before he sets sail. Only to try and sneak aboard his boat with nary a hug goodbye. Oh, that.
That boy. We should make for the harbor ere he.
If we're heading
It's
the same
interesting.
way,
I'm curious to
we'll
see.
Good
There's
company.
a lot of options for like where we go next for 8.0.
What?
So I'm really curious to see what happens.
Knowing you, the essentials
Um,
are already accounted.
Where we end up going, and
Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest. And I hope you've decided on a souvenir for yours.
I have several ideas as it happens.
man, when they add Sfien's outfit to the Mog shop, that's gonna go so crazy. That jacket is cool.
Let's do
I like the hood.
Kryl and I intend to remain here.
All right, so now we know where all the Scions are at,
Naturally.
except
By all
for
accounts, preservation.
Oriange and
Shale
Thancred,
has
but I
been
mean,
conducting
they
a
probably
more
just been
thorough
doing their thing.
examination.
Alize always dragging
She
Alpha
may
up, yeah.
have insights to share. Then why not invite her along to see everyone off?
All right, cool. So now we're up to date. We know where everybody's at. We know who we're working with here. Good crew for the patch. I like all these characters. Still waiting for Yotsu's kimono. Yeah, that would also go very hard. There's a lot of like cool NPC glams that they could definitely like make, just like print money. So we'll see. I need to clean this up. Man, my inventory is a mess. With all the glam stuff, I had so many dyes ready to go, but now we're good, so I don't need to have all that in my inventory. I also at some point need to look at the crafting recipes. Courtly lover. Cool. Because I'm going to be in charge of doing most of this, I think, for my group. I do want to look at all the weapons. They're crazy, man. That's cool. Oh, man. So somebody in my static and I were talking about how it would be cool if the spear, the dragoon spear, was just like a giant pole with a heart at the end of it. And they didn't do that, but they did do that for the daggers. So that's a little disappointing to see. Anyway, so it looks cool. Oh, this is non-dyeable, huh? People are going to have some feelings about that, I'm afraid. Great sword's cool. I like the ribbons. It's neat. Yeah, those are cool. I think they look neat. I think that's going to be a really, really popular set. I think people are really going to like this set a lot. Oh, but the armor's dyeable. Okay. So that's something at least. What are the channels like here? Okay. Yeah, I mean, this is sick. This is a nice piece. I like the little roses. That's nice. Yeah, these are cool pieces. And the fact that they're dyeable is nice. I wonder why the weapons aren't dyeable. When the armor is. That's kind of strange to me. Because I feel like normally if it's like not... If one of them isn't dyeable, then neither is the other, and you have to wait for the augmented version for it to be dyeable. But the gear is dyeable off rip, but the weapons are not. So, I don't know. That's an interesting... interesting thing. Not sure about that. Had to relog, he was taking too long. Yeah, patch day is always a little brutal. World data cannot be obtained. I don't know. They might just be kind of chopped. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you've got everybody trying to log in right now, so it isn't surprising that things would be shitting the bed a little bit. Alright, let's see here. I'm just going to continue on for now then, and we can try Zamiel at some point, or you can just let me know how it is if you don't want to wait. But I'm going to keep pushing here. Alright, let's see what Shale has to say. Non-voiced, love the music. What new Cinder? Can't imagine you brought an entourage along to simply say hello. Blah, 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 blah. They're eager to be on their way, are they? I'll join you. I owe thanks on behalf of Oblivion, after all. Here I thought you would protest against being parted from your work. While I'm curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle is in place, the majority of the files we've unearthed are encrypted. There's little else I can do until the computer's finished with them. Besides, unlike our friends, Containment Complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, you won't be getting any answers today. Afraid not. It's going to be a while yet. Oh, that's right. We went to that lab and got all that info. We shall depart for Tuliala. Without further delay, then. Sick. Alright. So I'm assuming that whatever data is on that chip that we found last time is going to obviously have a bunch of implications on where we go next. Off to Tuliala. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. It is nice that you can go straight to the Phantom Village from here now. That's a very good change. I'm happy about that. Okay, I need to go down there, so I'll go to the market. It probably wasn't even actually any faster. Strategy board. I'm very excited to start cooking those up. It's gonna be fun. And then at some point I need to do my my command panel. I need to mess with that at some point. I'm not gonna do that right now. I wish you all would not make such a fuss. I'm not fond of emotional partings. At least Alpha Note and Allies, they were considerate enough to inform me of their plans in advance by Link Pearl. Some people we know would have just burst out of the crate mid-voyage. In any event, I shall wait here until they finish their preparations. All right, let's see.
There they are.
You look well.
I'm hale as ever.
I imagine there's no shortage of affairs to put in order.
Kona is off to survey our nation and its peoples. He wants to consult with local representatives. And Guluja's really taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
This might just be like a little bit of recency bias or something, but I feel like Wuklamat's, like Senna's accent is like a way less intense in like the recent patches.
The right of succession feels so...
I feel like they pulled them back a little bit. And I think maybe that was the right call.
We knew not of what would happen between my
Oh, looks like we are getting a last time on Final Fantasy.
It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for the entire nation of Tuliyola. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally.
This is why I love my static.
Allow me to echo that sentiment.
This.
Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again. And
The red mage change.
on behalf
I love the
of
Z.
myself and my people,
That's good. That's funny.
thank you for curing the ailment that for I'll look forward to our next visit. I'm sure we'll have exciting stories to share with one another.
Thanks for the thumbs up,
Ever since I
Graha.
introduced you to Wuklamat, you've faced no end of hardships. Yet I feel no remorse, only gratitude. For without your aid, I would not
Oh,
have
that's
had
cute.
a chance to say goodbye. Nor vow to explore every corner of the world. To see what we haven't seen.
Man, I feel like the cutscenes, like just the camera angles and the way that the camera moves around the scene is just like so much better in these recent patches than it has been ever before. They really like upped the cutscene game quite a bit. Off they go. Surely to...
Rest assured, upon arriving, we shall make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
I expect the sight of you two will be a
Safe journey.
Give my regards to Oblivion.
All right, well they're going to find Tataru. So I guess they're not. I mean, obviously they're going to be the setup for 8.0, right? Is that they're going to go somewhere. But they said they'd go back to Garlemald. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see where that goes. Shale, can you be our first Fizz Range party member? I love Shale. She's a great character.
Come back soon.
Her voice actor is also really, really awesome.
That was a proper send-off.
Duty ever calls for she who loves her realm.
Right? Though, if you need a break, I guess I'll remember our time together for the rest.
Is this the Wuklamot send-off? Is this they're putting her away?
The Lance Guard is looking for you. It's sparring time.
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
So let's go already. Everyone's waiting to see the vow resolve in action.
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
I'll be interested to see if that's really them putting Wuklamot away or not. I doubt it. I'm sure she pops up again, but it is interesting that it sort of felt like they were saying, okay, goodbye, Wuklamot, you know. So we'll see.
And
thus do they take to the winds.
I haven't even healed my hand.
Their own paths in their hearts, as they should.
Yeah, we'll see about that. I'm not sure. Something in me says that they certainly... Oh, into the mist. Or as it says on my screen... Cool. Well, that's nice. I feel like that wraps up everything with Dawn Trail and a neat little bow. Alright, now it's our turn to take the next step. The question is in what direction, and that is a matter I should like to discuss with you. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna not take that. You said Yasalani Station. I'm on ferry now. Yasalani Station H. Okay. I'm coming. Hello. Sub 50. I mean, yeah, but here, I'll just do this so we can... I'll just do this. Oh, more than 30 minutes. Oh. Yeah. That's brutal. I don't know if I want to wait that long. Hmm. I'm wondering, has anybody found the new nodes yet? I bet the balance has I bet they have them. Node times, alarms, best food. Wait till after work. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I want to wait 30 minutes either, TBH. So all right. I'm gonna jump back to MSQ then. Oh yeah. Alright, cool. Looks like the balance already has all the Disciple of Hand and Land stuff up, so I don't have to look too hard for all that, which is nice. Alright. Let's see here. Oh my god, I forgot changing jobs removes sprint, man. That's so obnoxious. I won't hold you up. Yeah, 30 minutes is just gonna be like way too long. Not that I'm in like a huge rush, but I'm not trying to just stand around for 30 minutes, and I don't want to like be in a queue and doing quests, because if I'm in a cutscene, I'm not gonna skip it. So it would be a real shame for it to pop in the middle of a cutscene after waiting 30 minutes. Good lord, look at all these people. Dead game, by the way. Alright, let's see what Kryl has to say. If I may think it's prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere, we are liable to hinder the dock workers here if we linger. Should see my crystal tower wait time. Yeah, I bet. Perhaps the beach would be more appropriate venue. Spent all day on it, yeah. Sometimes the queue for older stuff, if you're like specifically queuing for it, is like so brutal. If anything, I'd say just unsync it and just run it solo and just see, or just do it with the duty sport and just see how it changes.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky. First time I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes.
Oh, there's that line from the trailer. Images from our oldest records.
We ourselves hail from beyond that. Rather, most of us did. Oh, that's right. I can only imagine. The fact that I wasn't born in the land.
5 hours for line trades? Yeah, no thanks. That's crazy.
taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living
Yeah,
experience
I'm hoping that Kryl actually gets like a little bit explored here, because like the implications of learning that she's actually from the Ninth just like meant nothing at the time.
like my own.
So
I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it. And for me to embrace mine, we should come upon more information in the course
it was
of
mandatory,
studying
yeah.
the key. But as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. What we learn will deepen our understanding of the broader picture.
Brother.
My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Ascian influence.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek,
All right. We're moving. We're moving now.
Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent.
Okay.
This continent had been left in ruins in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to survive the devastation. The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Aye. Per the sources we recovered from the Underkeep, though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, it was Levin that dealt the final blow.
No place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to
I feel like Sveen is such a tragic character. Oh, you got in. Nice.
Those who survived gathered within the barrier, and we took in as many foreign refugees. Yet, despite the dangerous environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside. Beyond? But we thought that was impossible. I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
Going by the records, the storm surge extended to every corner of the world. Nothing, and if anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What
Okay.
if there was a refuge? A place that weathered the storm surge?
Given Alexandria's displacement to the source, we had neither cause nor opportunity to...
Interesting.
Living memory remains physically in the Ninth. If we seek a means of egress, other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, living memory was not transported here despite being a top Everkeep. In which case, it may have been a physically independent space all along.
Meaning, another point of egress could...
It'd be it'd be so funny if we were like, man, I wonder how we get out of living memory, and we show up and there's just like a fucking door in the wall somewhere. Just walk out.
Shall we?
What was that line?
If it please your majesty,
Shall we have a chat with them and see what they know?
will you accompany us? If we do land upon the Mist Continent, I would...
Hell yeah, let's go explore.
I thought as much.
I love exploring. Into the great unknown we go. I definitely wasn't expecting Into the Mist to be a, like, the name of the continent to be Mist. Wasn't expecting that. So that's sort of an interesting twist. Now that it's settled, I best be off. Still need to check the decryption errors periodically, so I can only step away for so long. With luck, I'll have plenty to share the next time we meet. Until then. Alright, Shale takes the exit. We'll head for Laynode Minnow. Nemo. All right. Man, I'm so glad that they restored this zone in the last patch, and it's like back to being cool again. I was so bummed when we had to like kill it. I thought that was very lame. This clerk has made itself available to answer questions. If one wished to descend to the surface from here, how would they typically do so? Living Memory is currently detached from Everkeep. It's operating independently and supported by its aerial suspension systems. Thus, both lift and lay node-based transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps Living Memory was never intended to function in this state indefinitely. If so, we're out of luck. Not necessarily. Lifts and lay nodes were likely the preferred modes of transportation, but that does not preclude the existence of others. Ishtola's got the Redditor argument. In the event of an emergency, how would we evacuate this facility? Consulting emergency systems. Is it going to bug out? Living Memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would you like to appropriate it? An airship. Hell yeah, brother. Let's get after it. Yes, please, as soon as possible. With your Majesty's authorization, the vessel can be readied for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. Safety test been completed. Setting the Gate of Remembrance as initial destination. Vessel is en route. Alright, let's see. Hell yeah. Ugh. I feel like I'm finally waking up. It was purpose-built for living memory, however, it was modeled after the vessel Your Majesty used during the storm surge. I'll deploy the gangway for boarding. Hell yeah. Cool. I'm a little shocked at how like easy that was for us. I'm hoping that like there's some tension here. It's also a little funny that like there's definitely a little bit of like, not to sound like a dickhead, but like there's a little bit of like ludo narrative dissonance right here, because we could definitely just like get on our mount and fly down there. But obviously we can't do that for the story reasons. Obviously, duh. Now in the Alexandria crater. Wow, it's terrible down here. Holy. Oh, geez. Yeah, there's just like nothing left, huh? Cool lighting. I'm glad that they kept these, the wards, like, relevant. I'm glad that that's still a thing that happens. But not to the extent of the 13th, the etheric balance here is severe indeed. It does serve to impress upon the marvel of the barrier. The lightning and heritage found is tame by comparison. A land where 11 reigns. Nice shot. Full shot. A sobering sight to say the least, but I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. Beyond the mountains, despite the ominous landscape and persistent echoes of thunder, Kryl is determined to press on. I suspect the crater made this area unsuitable, and we should look for further afield. In what direction do you think we might find find a settlement? If we're at the edge of Alexandrian territory now, the closest city would be Trino, should it survive. As a city-state built on a harbor at the nexus of trade, it remained neutral throughout the war. Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it as our neighbor, so to speak. Not unlike Radz-at-Han. Alpha spoke of Radz-at-Han before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Miala homeland, right? Malala, rather. Funnily enough, it was also Trino where the Malala were first. Damn, this moves fast. I need to turn that shit down. First found home in our world. Truly? Yes, and though the Malala population elsewhere grew, most continue to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that some remain there to this day. Yeah, let me, turn that down a little bit. Moving a little fast. I should run a fight simulation further out to Trino. One moment. Simulation complete. There is near 100% probability the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure due to arrival at ambient lightning. My apologies. Well, thanks for checking. If we cannot fly, we shall have to walk. Trino lies beyond the mountains, but there should be routes to spare us having to climb. Report. No more Magitech Gate countdowns, no more crystal veils. First boss has standard AoE markers and no gaze mechanics despite being an eyeball. That's kind of lame. I'm fine with the Magitech Gate countdowns because that was annoying and stupid, but the crystal veils were like the only thing that made Zemiel like kind of interesting. I don't really care about gaze mechanics though, like whatever. But the crystal veil is a little disappointing. This tunnel appears intact, though we have no way of knowing what it's like further in. Mind you, stay alert for beasts as well. Given the barren surrounds, they're surely ravenous. All right, so this is our dungeon. So we're going in right off rip. We're gonna enter Mist Wake with other players. I ain't trying to do all that. Second boss, no more random boulder tosses, are all are marked. Okay, I mean that's fine. It's probably like a very confusing boss, like just getting hit by random stuff as a new player going through that dungeon, so I can understand why they might change that. I need to cycle through all my glams. Update them. Oh man, it feels so cool to have like armor on a samurai finally after all these years. That feels so sick, dude. It was always such a bummer to me that this armor has been in the game the whole time and you just couldn't equip it on samurai. That really, really always bummed me out like so much. Sweet. My dream of Dark Knight being a DPS is now real. I will not be taking questions. Chikun looks nice. Final boss pull, no gate, and the final boss no longer has an AoE around itself that just cleaves without warning. Okay, so they just removed a lot of like the non-telegraphed random stuff, it sounds like. Which, again, not surprising to me, really. It's sort of what I expect. Well, there's my dungeon pop. Alright, let's do it. Oh, we got a bop. Soken's cooking. Ooh. No more ads in the eyeball fight too. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I figure if they're gonna remove Crystal Veil and all that stuff, then like, why bother keeping the ads? We got a jam. They're an arm veil. Yeah, I'm curious about the armor veil changes. It's a new model. This is a cool room. It's really nice. I'm not crazy, right? This Mistwake Crawler, that's a totally new model. I've never seen that model before. That looks awesome. Gross, yucky worm thing. Are you entering a Fallout vault? It does kind of look like that. It does a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming, like, this is, obviously supposed to be, like, some kind of shelter from the lightning, right? So... lore accurate Fallout vault. Oh, cool. Trino Catopal Pass. What an interesting model. That's a fun-looking enemy. Alright, let's see what this boss has to offer. They cooked last time, so... Earthquake. Alright, so that's just raid wide. It's like lightning. One stack on me, bro. Oh, those destroy the rocks. Okay. I'm guessing we get behind something. Alright, nothing crazy so far. I'm guessing you just get less and less spots to hide. And that's supposed to be like a soft enrage, kind of. Which is an interesting thing to have in like a dungeon boss. Oh, that's a stack. Bro, don't move. What are you doing? Petra Breath. Definitely don't want to be in front of it, I'm assuming. Yeah. Not a lot of safe spots here, huh? Okay. Well, that's a pretty pretty tame boss. Nothing too interesting there. It reminds me of kind of like that boss from the Burn, where you have to like get behind the stuff. I forget what it's called. I'm definitely gonna need on this gear because I love the way it looks, and I might use some of it for glam. Very cool hood. This is pretty... It's basically the Burn first boss. Yeah, it's very similar, with like the getting behind the pillars and stuff. This is really cool looking. Grinding down the rail. Shadow the Hedgehog soap shoes. This is a cool setting. All right. Blast him. Easy. Cool. Just like the first boss from UA Iwata. It's that model. It's cool that they're reusing that as like a standard enemy. I love having a white mage, man. All the stuns. Don't have to worry about nothing. Alright, let's see what's up with the second boss. It's a horsey. Kinda. A very chopped horse. Cool. Cool model. I'm guessing this is an N. Nope. I sure was not correct. I see there's an opening. The box is tiny. Bio too. Oh lord, these are gonna explode as he goes through them, isn't he? Oh, they changed the thunder. Okay. Interesting. Oh no, I'm cooked. I'm gonna heal myself. No, dude. I see. Okay. Oh, bro, don't do that. Come on. Okay, so you can go behind, but I guess he's just not gonna. Damn. Got wrecked. All right, round two. So, by the two, we're gonna get the orbs. Need to pay attention to where he's dashing. It's over there, and then that way, and over here, and over here, and then into the middle. Okay. So I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna give those a little bit of space. And then when those explode, I'm gonna dodge into those. And then I should be good here. Basically. Yeah. Oh. Okay, there we go. Behind. Party sack. Multi-hit tank buster in a dungeon, bro. We're getting after it. And then he just repeats, I'm guessing. Oh, bio again. Okay. But he dies right now. Interesting. It's okay. I wouldn't say that that's like a great boss. I actually like those gloves quite a lot. Oh no, dude, a Jabberwock. And PTSD from M6, man. This is a big bull. Bro, please, come on. Blew him up. There's like people here though, so that's kind of an interesting thing that's just happening. And it seems like they're all Arcanists. There's some huge AoEs, man. Alright, let's see what's up with this last boss. Cool griffin thing. Survivor of Storms. Thundergust Griffin. It's a pretty tough name, I'm not gonna lie. Oh heavens. Oh, I see. Okay. Whoop. Here should be safe, yeah. Damn, dude. Oh no, it's Fatebreaker. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Like around here-ish, yeah. Okay, there's a big old tornado over there. What is that gonna do? It's flying around. Right here should be safe, yeah. Oh my gosh, this thing jumps around so much, dude. Oh, nope, nope. Oh my goodness, dude. That's a lot of damage. I was a little off there. Right idea, but I didn't see the extra one. Can you knock back this? Oh, I wouldn't know because I hit it too late. So I'm a dummy. Alright, yeah. Cool. Alright. Not super hard, but fun. The classic fanfare. RMVille report, no gold bio pulls, same pulls, not much different. No more wandering mobs in the sin pull to the coin counter. The puffs of gas no longer push you around. Okay. So not a huge difference then.
And the perimeter is clear. Good work, everyone. And a big thank you to our helpers, whoever you are. Now, we have a tiny bit of clearing up ahead of us. You know what to do.
Our helpers.
So the city endures. And
Impressive, considering the destruction without. The people here must have gone to...
Their barrier resembles that of Alexandria. And not quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication.
Thunderous heavens!
Dude, the old the old Lalafell from the trailer. Chopped. That's a crazy model.
I am Miaili, the mayor of Treno. Allow me to welcome you to our city. And might I ask your name?
But of course.
As I thought. I once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. And sure enough, I'd swear, you stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago.
Yeah, I would imagine this is probably like kind of brain breaking for anybody from the ninth.
Hearing the tale from your own. I imagine it won't. What happened?
I see. From your...
One day, we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria. Scouting parties sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone.
What you must have gone through. But know that Alexandria yet survives. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but...
Of course you can! You and your companions have... Now, how about we continue this at Town Hall?
I shall join them. Even with the precautions we've taken, it remains... I suspect, however, that the rest of you would...
In light of our purpose here,
I presume you have no... With your permission, then. Allow me to introduce myself as well. Would it offend if we were to ask a few questions?
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly if you're willing. You might speak with my grandson Lummel. That was his voice you heard.
Thank you for your guidance.
All right. Be interested to see what the connections are here because they're definitely alluding to it. Very nice. All right, let's see. If it isn't our new friends, thanks again for making short work of our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. You want to help me? Odd, but I'll consider it. Before anything else, though, I must insist you drink our signature remedy, Sleepless Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. You may find it the teeniest touch too sour for your taste, but it'll set you alight. Just tip it down your throat. Hey, yo.
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe. That means it's working.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium.
I can relate. It's not unlike the syrup Leader used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though, there's no better cure for fatigue.
You know, Raha, going to bed at... Oh, that's...
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Which is why...
Bro is an
serve it
alchemist.
Whenever there's a breach in...
Our Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. And I'm sure you see why. Really. Now, welcome to Treno.
All right. I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lummel. Was me announcing our victory earlier, and since grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you'll know I'm a grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Trino may have. My favorite kinds of work include taste testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's my pleasure to make your acquaintance. Who cares? I guess this. All right. Give me just a minute. I'm gonna refill my drink and turn the AC down because it's hot in here, bro. So give me like 5 minutes and I will be right back. All right, all right, all right, all right. Cool, 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 cool. All right, let's see what's going on with this guy. Lummel is not ready to release you to the sweet meditations of manual labor. Ah, yes, the repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? If you come all the way out to visit us, you must have had more important things in mind, and you've already helped protect the city. Actually, our goal was to ascertain the present state of the Mist continent. The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? Not exactly. We've actually come from Alexandria. Alexandria, are you quite sure? No, sorry, of course you're sure. It would be rude of me to doubt you. It's not every day that we get visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. I know that it must come as something of a shock. Back scratcher, by the way. Good investment. But this is our first time in Trino, and we should like to get to know the city and its people, so I propose lending a hand. I see. In that case, why don't you help distribute this remedy for the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would come for a cup, but the fiends made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before we can step away from their work. Never fear, though. Even if their hands are busy, they'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. We would appreciate that. Thank you, Lummel. You're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Here, take this batch. And we're going to have to go talk to 0 of 3 workers. I'll deliver some to Town Hall so you can attend to areas you haven't seen yet. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with the locals while ensuring everyone receives the remedy promptly. Could you each take a portion? Wonderful, let me divide this up. Alright, looks like I'm going south. Oh yeah, speak to 0 of 3, bro. We're back. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy. Thank you kindly. I was hauling beast carcasses in for processing and copped good dose of discharge ether for my troubles. Brought 11 sickness, something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creatures that find their way in. Pelts that are highly charged with lightning ether are the most valuable, of course. Tan them with the right stuff and you turn them into protective clothing, keeps you from getting zapped. Beast you felled will all be put to good use. Thanks again. It's an interesting detail. You're that mighty monster slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. And you brought sleep rhapsody. Bless you, I'm dead on my feet after the battle. We don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one's skills sharp, though, so in a way I'm glad for it, and I learned a thing or two from watching you. I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. Thoughtful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. There's a fresh face for Saldon. Inside your hand. Oh, don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cup of this rhapsody. I'm proud to say that I have some small part in preparing it too. The herbs come from my very own growery. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is that the seeds carried in by invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. And with as many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible we'll find a new variety of herbs among our harvest. There's a lot of interesting little tidbits and details. What's over here? Oh, a little pasture. Alright, let's head back, get this quest turned in. This area is really cool. I like the aesthetics. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area aside from Lummel's. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, shall we discuss what we learned? Yeah.
Fascinating. I appreciate you. I too learned much, as I helped. The Malala's curative magics appear identical to Spheen's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth. Then there are the symbols and tomes, which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have
Mind you don't share that with any other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of...
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtained, though they are few and far between, other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent. With
The
a
rail
system
system.
facilitating the... Unfortunately,
Doom Drain.
barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line. So the train is presently stopped at a midway point until operations can... There are also maritime routes, but they see only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with...
In addition to this constant state of scarcity, much of Treno's populace suffers from... Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not...
They are not only surviving.
There is life. And when one believes in a better
Yeah.
future, tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today. Until...
a noble city.
Uh-oh.
Is aught the matter? Look.
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find...
What the hell?
Oh, is it this? While I was distributing the remedy...
Yes!
This is the radar tracker thing that we saw in the trailer.
You've a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get...
That explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show any...
Bro killed it.
No, she's going to kill me! Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electric engineer, so she knows...
I take it she...
Oh yes, that's my sister. And she won't kill me in front of other people. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Please!
I like this character. He's good so far.
I suppose that...
All right. At the moment, Ayani should be waiting just past that park. Let's be off before anyone changes their mind.
Ah, our visitors. Lummel, what did you do?
You know that, advanced...
You brute! How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope?
What the hell?
I beg your forgiveness!
I like these characters. These are funny. These are good characters.
And since we have guests...
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elf.
Please, don't be. We're glad for the opportunity to meet you. And
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the man?
please don't misunderstand. We asked to help, and with your expertise, we...
Interesting so far.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. Well, you'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only...
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
Just the one! Incredible!
That was easy.
So, the mine is... Hooray!
Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix...
Yes, very well. And once you get the machinery up and running, make sure to send some electrope over to the barrier server.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else would...
I'm so glad you asked. Seriously, I don't know...
As we did pass through but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe.
Yeah. Cool. All right. I like these characters so far. I entirely forgot to ask your names. Do forgive me. I'm Kryle, this is Sindrig. What's good? Accompanying Lummel is Grahatia, our own technology enthusiast. It's lovely to meet you. It feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said I don't need the help. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order. The volume of fixes that need making is one matter, but I could handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. The paralysis flares up at worst times, I swear. So she's got some side effects of having too much lightning ether. I can manage a bit of shuffling from one station to the other in a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to my brother. With him off to the mine, though, someone else needs to take care of the lightning sprites. They're drawn to the discharge ether of slain creatures. I'd offer you the detector to make tracking them down easier, but seeing as Lummel has managed to break it yet again... I do have this, though. Toss some at a sprite and you can suppress its ability to sense nearby ether. It usually gets them wandering out of the city towards more fertile ground. Alright. So we needn't fight them. We find it safer not to and threaten they'll siphon energy from facilities we need to keep our medical services running or emit bursts that overload nearby systems. For the same reason, I recommend you stick to thoroughfares that will allow you to spot them well in advance. I'd hate for you to be injured while helping us. Understood. Split up and cover more ground. Ready to go? Yes. All right. Back down here a ways. See no lightning sprites. How about over here? You see no lightning sprites? Oh, here we go. I spy. Little ninja smoke bomb. They disappear. Wow, okay. Get out of here. This is not a super exciting quest. But that's alright. Alright, back to Ayani. I do like this zone a lot. It's very pretty. I'd be curious to see what it looks like without the dome, like darkening everything. I feel like it would be cooler if it was just like a normal lit up city, but you know, that's where we're at. But it is cool. I do like it. You're back. Were there many sprites? Just a handful on your route then. Could be worse. Still, it's important to keep the city free of them, or much obliged. Kryle's taking a while. Being new to the city, if something were to happen, she wouldn't know where to go for help. Would you check on her? She started off in the direction of Town Hall. Alright. Pep. Bro has a goatee. You're looking at my lost there, alas. Have you seen a woman in a yellow hood? I presume you mean Kryle. Had a grand chat with her earlier. Not to mention she saved my hide. I can't believe I missed that lightning sprite till it was right on top of me. It's thanks to her that I got out unscathed. Bit awkward striking up conversation after that, and it'd be a while since I talked to anyone I haven't known my whole life. She's a kind lass, good at putting folks at ease, like Miaili. I quite enjoyed telling her about the city. When we were done chatting, she wandered off towards the canal. Had a touch of melancholy about her, though. I'm not sure why. Didn't think it was something I said, but I knew if it was, saying more wouldn't help, so I let her go. I reckon she'd welcome the company of a good friend right now. I'm on it, brother. What's wrong with Cryo?
Ah, were you looking for me?
Yeah, man.
I only intended to sit down for a moment. Will you lend me your ear?
Yeah, homie, of course.
The source and the ninth. Someday I will have to decide which one to call home.
Okay.
The thought has lingered like a... I've tried to ignore it. Remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with. When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would happen. But after meeting my parents, it struck me that to simply choose the source would be to abandon them. And not only them. That is why I had to learn more of this place. And
That makes sense.
though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like, and knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind? Is that who I am? Who I was meant?
Okay. So we're at least diving a little bit deeper with Kryl. Which is good. They've been promising that for a while, so good to see that there's some development happening there. Alright, back to Ayani. Glad you're both back safe and sound. Now we can relax till my brother does the same. With your friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose.
That reminds me. The structures near the barrier all seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hune and the Eldite before the Milala came.
So Treno predates the Milala's arrival?
The mayor at the time was kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city. Where did the other peoples go?
Alexandria. In the closing days of the Storm Surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, they believed it would be... But one of
Yeah, that
our
makes sense.
illustrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design.
Might I ask a more We previously uncovered some records. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer. Understandably, all were not content to... Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way. Never again has the Golden Path opened. Tell me, were that Golden Path to open, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise, but it wouldn't be going back. After all, Treno, this run-down, beat-up, beautiful city.
You truly love...
Do you know what the speaker said when the Milala came to this place? O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. We never forgot those words. Not my ancestors, nor my grandmother, nor my brother and me. That boundless optimism, that communal spirit, that is Treno. No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
That's nice.
Nowhere else you'd rather be.
Earlier said that your brother couldn't get into too much trouble if he was with Raha, but how much trouble is that precisely? One would think they ought to have returned by now. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the two of you again so soon. I take it Miaili's... That's a hard name to say. Miaili's curiosity is sated. For the moment, I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria as well as the events involving the key. She was most interested in the latter. In fact, it seems she knew of the relic long before we did and wishes to discuss it with everyone. Would you be able to join us? Okay, so we might finally learn a little bit more about the key here. I should love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Raha's return. As we speak, Miaili herself is making her rounds to the city. We have time.
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say.
Just in time.
Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even...
Have you two finished regaling the mayor?
We have. Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
shelter. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelter.
Uh-oh.
The Doom train is approaching. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelter.
The Doom train. It's time.
The Doom Train. Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war? You know of it. I've never seen it myself, but according to Zelenia, it was an armored vehicle used to transport in order to prevent them from running wild ere their deployment. A powerful arcane entity was housed.
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. The Doom Train and its beasts bring death and destruction everywhere it goes. It passed near Treno some years ago, claiming that... I must go and repair the barrier as swiftly as possible.
You can't be serious! You'll never finish in time!
I have to try. For Treno.
Yane, no!
It seems my services are required once more.
I'll go with you. Perhaps my knowledge of Electrope will be of use.
I wish I were a fighter like you two.
While destroying the Doom Train would be preferable, we should...
You can't be thinking of biting its head off.
I killed God, bro. I can take a train.
If you're... There's a freight depot not far from us. We can use the train.
Raha mentioned that, but
The Doom train will have to pass through the depot to reach Treno. And since the evacuation alert was only just...
So, we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemy's, and use it as...
It'd be better than trying to smash the bloody thing before it runs us all over. And if it might save a Yane, let me drive the train. That will leave you free to
Lomo.
I need to grab a few things.
Alright. Time for Doom Train. If anyone can stop defeating war weapons of war, it's Sindrig. But we must also recognize the threat posed by its company beast. Its influence is so powerful that even as the barrels ahead enthralled creatures continue to follow it, then the train may well gather additional minions as it draws near. There's no telling how many will charge Trino's gate, so we should prepare for the worst. Perhaps just stole an eye out or remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. While you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city. Sounds good. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure the citizens get to shelter before the fighting spins. Godspeed. Let's get it. Crazy. All right. Although Trino has its own railway station, our assailants from earlier left it in need of significant repair. Thus, we'll be taking a hover cargo. My friend here has volunteered for the mission, and yes, I did explain the dangers. Cargo is equipped with a portable barrier, and frankly, I'm great at my job. I guarantee our safety during the ride happens once we get to Bentini. Well, that's your problem. Certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to move out. Alright. Let's do it. Make for Bentini with haste. I'll have a siren flash to keep your limbs attached. Like to remain inside the vehicle. Bentini Depot.
This is it. You'll be riding that flat car at the rear. I'll be all the way at the front, pushing her. The Doom train moves at breakneck speed. Speaking of which, we'd best get. Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane.
Yes, sir. All right. Here we go. We can do the normal trial now. Got that unlocked, and let's see what's up. Make sure I don't do the dungeon by accident. All right. Hopefully this queue is fast. Fingers crossed. Oh, yep. Pretty quick. Always one. There's always one. Oh, come on, man. Surely I'm not going to get dodged twice in a row. Yes, sir. The thing is crazy looking. All right. Let's see what we got. Lightning Express. Okay, so different levels are definitely going to come into play here. Windpipe? I'm guessing that's like a middle Oh no, it's a draw in. Oh. Okay. Cool. Turret crossing? Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Cool. This is a draw-in. Guessing I can get behind this and it won't pull me? Yeah. I gotta dodge those. Tank busters. Am I DCing right now? Bro. Come on. Bro. And it's definitely like the game, not my internet. So that's a bummer. Hopefully it's not like down. That would be brutal. But with all the DDoSes and shit that have been happening, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Look at me. All right. Damn. Yeah, somebody got us. All right. While this is running, I'm gonna use the restroom. Okay. To think I was about to come here and complain I'm at a 300 Q. Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't be a 14 patch day without a server crash or a DDoS or something. But yeah, a queue like this is that's just the reality of being an Aether gamer. Somebody in my static linked the
Never had a choice.
the full version of Everything Burns. Looks like somebody capped DDoS by Nicole. Yeah. From Arcadian. I'm not doing the raids this morning. I'm waiting. I'm gonna do them tonight with my static, but just got in though. Yeah, hoping mine moves fast. And I was gonna listen to that, but maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll go ahead and I'm gonna listen to this.
Never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Only one option. Light it up. Heart is pounding out my chest. The blood boils inside of me. Looking at the walls around me, closing in. I think, what's it gonna be? Never had a choice. Never let the ops win. Calm them nerves, got the whole world watching. Ready, set, go, and there ain't no stopping. Got one option. Light it up. Everything burns. Light it up, let's go. Light it up, let's go. Everything burns. Light it up, let's go. Light it up, let's go. I'm on fire, burning brighter than anyone alive. I'm way too hot to touch, so just
Do y'all need a fizz ranged main? No, unfortunately my static is full. And our fizz ranged would be very upset that I even responded to that. The big joke is our fizz ranged Cal, the big joke is that we hate each other. It's definitely not true, but that's the joke. Yeah. At least I'm definitely joking about it. I'm not sure about him, but I don't think so. Yeah, this is a bop, man. They went crazy with this. Yeah, that's a good track. That's a bop. I'm excited to do the normals later and just like see them. That's funny because I have an issue, my X static, where I also hate the Viper melee. Yeah. Yeah. I mean it's like a fun, like, you know, we all really enjoy playing together and we have a good time, make fun of each other. But it's mostly like I'll make a bad joke and Cal will give me a lot of shit for making a bad joke, and then I have to defend myself. So it's a nice tit for tat. Almost there. 100. Man, it sucks that I was in the trial when this happened. Although one of the tanks in my static just told me that he missed one of the new legendary crafting nodes. So because of the DDoS, so that sucks. Now you gotta wait like an hour for that shit to come back. Maybe not an hour. It's like 30 minutes, I think. Bummer either way. I'm hoping that it just puts me and my party back into the trial, because I kind of don't want to have to matchmake again. Can't finish the content too fast. Yeah. I do think it's funny that, like, oh wow, okay. I guess 100Q meant 0Q. Hell yeah, we're back. With 47 minutes left. Let's hope the rest of the party reconnects. This is actually a good time for me to mess with my command panel. I want to do that. Because I want to put all kind of stuff on here so I can get rid of these macros that I use. What am I looking for? Holy crap, dude. My brain is just like not functioning this morning. All right, here we go. So yeah, I'm going to put all my gear sets in here. Oh, you were up hella early? Yeah. I didn't know that they had like delayed the finishing time, or I would have slept for more. Definitely I would have slept more. But that's okay. Not a big deal. No, actually I'm gonna hate that if I do that, so I'm gonna do it like this. Oh, dude, no way, bro. No way, bro. Kicked out again, yeah. That's so brutal. Frankly, if it keeps up, I might just like end stream. Because I would love to like make some breakfast and eat something and like probably go back to sleep. Or like just do some crafting, just like some low impact stuff. So I was gonna try and just get through the trial and like bang the MSQ out, but like I've been up for 3 hours and like I should be done by now. But I got disconnected in the trial, so that sucks. Because I really want to get on crafting. Yoshi P, you're killing me. Yeah. It's brutal, man. I mean, I have to assume that this is DDoS. So, unfortunately, like, not a ton that they can do outside of just making it harder to DDoS their game, which it seems like they aren't really interested in doing for whatever reason. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Oh my god, 800, bro. Oh, that's brutal, man. At least it's moving a little faster this time, so that's good. 905 in the queue, hello. Yeah. Yeah. Not good. All right, it's moving. It's moving. At least. All the notifications are getting for people going live in 14 right now. Egg on their faces. was gonna say I was winning the key race because it's 438 and you were 442, but it jumped. Yeah. I'm pushing through. Hopefully it's done soon. Oh man, this is brutal. Okay, we're back. Let's see what happened. All right, we're gonna requeue and see if we can clear this fight. Oh man. Come on, come on, come on. Man, people, stop Q dodging, bro. Come on. I just want to finish this. Cat is going crazy on me. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, here we go. Started 3 hours ago. Yeah, dude, I'm smoked, and we keep getting DDoSed, so it's chopped. But I'm hoping that I can get through the trial and be done with the MSQ, because I'm like dead. Can I arm's length this, I wonder? You can. Good to know. Whee! Alright. This is as far as I've gotten before getting DDoSed, so... hopefully we can get through it this time. I need to be over here. I need to move. Let's draw in. Move again. So far this fight is super fun. I'm excited to try the next car. Haven't seen it yet because it looks like there's some uppies over there. So I want to see what happens on that platform. So here we go. Not DCing this time. We're so back. I'm guessing in the extreme this is gonna have like light party things, so you have to be split. So that's a high, so I'm gonna go low. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. Oh. Get away from me, bro. Knockback. I wonder if the number of train cars is gonna serve as like the enrage, and like if you just don't kill it by the time you get to the last car, it just knocks you off and kills you. That'd be a fun way to do an enrage. Okay. Getting banished to the train realm. Oh, yeah. Okay. I remember seeing this in the trailer with the tracks. Oh, alright. Oh, that's brutal, dude. That's actually a crazy tank buster. That's super funny. On the extreme, that's going to be so toxic. And it's coming closer. Here it is, dude. This is such a cool fight. I love this. It's very fun. That's super funny. He's got hands. The verticality mechanics in this expansion have always threw me for a loop. Yeah, there's a lot of them, but I feel like there could be more. I love stuff that requires like good positioning. I think it's fun. Holy hell, that takes forever to go off. That's so much downtime if you don't prepare for it. What is happening? Okay. Oh, I see. That sucks. I'm gonna feint this. Oh, yeah, that was not a lot of time there. Holy. Dude, don't tell me, bro. Oh no, come on. For real, man. Dude. Dude. Yeah. I might just be cooked for me. Maybe I should just fuck off. Yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling too. Oh my god, man. That's so brutal. Bro, that sucks so bad. We were like almost done. We were almost done with the trial. If I could just get through the trial, I wouldn't care if I got disconnected, because like I don't care about waiting to do quests, but disconnecting in the middle of a fight and then having to like reconnect and redo the whole fight is so brutal. The queue is not very long, so either it wasn't as bad this time, some people stayed connected, or people are giving up. One of the two. Dude, that sucks, man. Let's see where they put me. Yeah. Dude, that sucks so bad. Oh man. This sucks. This sucks. This sucks. How many times have I DC'd? That was the third time. Yeah. That was the third time I've gotten booted out. What's crazy is it was fine like all morning, and then I got to the trial, which is usually like the last or second to last quest, and I've gotten disconnected 3 times since then. So I guess the DDoSers just waited until like 8 a.m. when they thought more people would be on, and it wasn't worth doing it at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. They got to sleep more than me, and now I get to get mad that they're DDoSing me, so maybe I'm the clown. Oh man. I hope these last couple of guys reconnect so we can just kill this thing. Rob on B2 pain train. Yeah, basically. It's really funny because you can tell you're disconnecting in this fight because he like backs away from the platform and he's supposed to come back, but he just stops moving, and you know that yeah, you're cooked. It's over. Oh, you can run off the edge. on, man. I need these last two guys to reconnect. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh. The healer's left too, so that's great. It'd probably be faster for me to just re-queue, to be honest. So I'm just gonna do that. This is brutal, man. Third attempt. Third attempt. I think if I get DDoS one more time, I might seriously call it. Yeah, yeah. If I get disconnected again, I'll probably just in stream and go do crafting and gathering, because then I don't really care if I get DDoSed. So this is make or break on if the rest of the MSQ gets streamed or not. Because I'm not really willing to just like bang my head against the wall for 2 hours on camera. Just like not gonna do it. I'd rather eat something and get some more sleep and do some lazy crafting and gathering. So let's hope. Let's hope. All right, this side first. Over here. And over here. Let the tanks do tank things. Now he's gonna knock us again. That's low. That's high. I do like that you can just jump down from up there. You don't have to do the teleporters back down. That would be annoying. Lightning, I need to go up here. knockback. All right, it's looking good. It's looking good. Get sent to the train dimension. Oh, that sucks, man. I have a funny tank buster is gonna be funny feeling that tank buster is gonna be very silly in the extreme. The rotating cone. They're certainly gonna be up to no good with that one. All right. All right. Don't DDoS me, bro. So far, so good. This takes like forever to go off. Probably could have even squeezed a couple more GCDs in there. All right. It's faint. Alright, this is where I got DC'd last time, so fingers crossed, fingers crossed. Alright, we're targetable. So we're progging. Oh, that sucks. Oh no, dude. No, dude. No, dude. Oh, I could have stayed up front there, huh? Okay. Turrets? I'm guessing there's going to be some high, some low. Yeah. Okay, we have to go up. Or no, we have to stay down. Stay down. And we need to be over here. Now we have to go up. Hello? Okay. Arms again. Tank buster. I'm assuming it just repeats from here. Stay low. Okay, cool. Thank goodness. Got through it. Awesome. Oh, all right. Thank goodness we got through that. That was brutal. 4 attempts to get through the boss because of DDoSes.
No more adventures, thank you. That was enough bravery for a lifetime. But we did it! We stopped the Doom Train.
Yes, sir.
Before we can celebrate, though, as I feared, I've lost track of how many times I've
All right. Solo duty. All right. Let's do it. Short time early. Uh-oh. While is heal.
Can you stand?
Yes! Thank you so much. There were others being attacked over by the canal. Could you possibly...
Of course, I'll go right away. The rest of you should get to the town hall.
We're going to play as Cryo.
I can't leave anyone behind. I won't.
Yeah. Cool. So he's got single target, multi-target, butterfly motif, and the potion. Okay. What is this? Does magic damage 3 times its succession to all nearby enemies. Potency and area of effect increase each successive attack. Okay. Damn, bro. I'm coming, brother. Not the balloons, dude. There you go, boys. Okay, can't go that way. I was wrong. Do have to go back. So small. Not used to playing it with a character this short. All right. Let's gather these guys up. Do this big butterfly thing. Oh no, I'm gonna eat this. Yeah, worth. Easy. I was so scared I couldn't even move. Silly, isn't it? My wife and I would be making for the town hall straight away. Yeah, my word on that. Determined to check on everyone. I won't blame it. Do be careful. Oh, that's on fire.
First things first, the fire. To take a leaf out of Fish Toner's book.
That'd be funny. Like, save their house from fire by absolutely flooding it and just blowing it away with a giant wave. Citizen in need.
A voice. Further out.
Alright, let's see. Dang, bro. It's the wolves from 11.
I'll take care of this. Make them shelter.
More. Good heavens. Oh man. I need to drink a potion. I'm kind of getting wrecked. Pop this.
How many are there?
My question exactly. I guess that many.
Is that all of them?
Damn, son.
A behemoth.
Stoll is here to save the day.
Cut that rather close.
Thank goodness you're...
Here we go.
Ayane has finished the repairs.
And hold the line, we will. Together.
All right. Probably the last duty of the patch, if I had to guess. Let's go. Simple enough. Help me, bros. What was that? Sphene pulling out some new and unknown shit. Some ancient techniques. I mean, I'm sure I can eat one. There we go. The old classic 3-to-1. Cryo, bro, holy, for real? Fucking getting PvP'd by the bots. That was crazy. Bro, for real? Spriggan of arms, dude. Easy. Easy. Oh my goodness.
I must say, that was an incredible performance.
Flatterer. What is it?
The barrier is restored. The people...
Get wrecked, bro.
The perimeter is clear, everyone. Last but not least, the yarn is this calls for a celebration.
Hell yeah. Very good.
The Doom train is gone for good.
That's our Ayane.
I'm interested to see. I mean, we're supposed to be getting kind of the beginnings of 7. Or 8.0 rather. And they've kind of talked about like going to new places, but I'm kind of curious to see like what they actually do to like hint at anything at this point. His character's face is so chopped, dude.
Cryle. My mother. Did you know her?
Is this going to be Kryle's grandmother? Is that what's going to turn out to be happening?
I'm sorry, my dear. We should... Alila's story and that of the key are one and the same. You have no cause to fret.
That feels very ominous.
While Lummel forgot to give the order, bless him. First and foremost, come and find me at town.
Without further delay...
You needn't mind me.
But your curiosity is another matter, is it not? Your feet will deliver you to Miaili all the swifter if you can actually walk on them.
Yeah. I do like the stuff that Kryle's gotten in this patch. I think it's been pretty good. Still not like as deep as it could be, but better. I'm really hoping that we actually get some explanation about the key and they don't cliffhang us and then that comes in 7.5. I really hope that that's not the case. While I would rather not have tumbled for the pavement in front of half the city, I'm no worse for the wear, thanks to your Stola. But what of yourself? If you have any hurts, we can tend to them now before we see Mayali. Okay, so this is the last quest, so we're gonna see what we learn. Curious, isn't it? I want to know more than anything, yet part of me is still terrified, but I've come so far I can't turn from the truth now. If everyone's feeling up for it, let's go and have our answers. Okay, thank goodness that we're actually gonna get to have a conversation and it's not just gonna be a cutscene and then we get nothing, because that's kind of what I was afraid of, is just getting a cliffhanger delayed into 7.5, but hopefully we actually get some interesting stuff here, and then 7.5 can be more building and less lead in. So let's see what they say. My assumption is that Yaeli is going to be Kryle's grandmother. It's my assumption. Kryle in 7.5. Perhaps the real key was the friends we made along the way. Yeah.
We are descendants of the speakers of Eld, and I myself am the latest to inherit the role. Even as we do our utmost to ensure our people's welfare in our adopted home, it has ever been our duty to alas, our ancestral treasure never did answer our prayers. And that left my elder sister, the previous speaker, mired in doubt. It was then, when she was at her most vulnerable, that preservation reached out to her.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our peoples.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to... Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power.
Yeah, okay. So it's her aunt.
We've heard this part before. My mother was
Yeah.
She was, which makes you an heir to the speaker's legacy. The last message I received from your parents said that in order to thwart preservation's design, they must send away both their daughter and the key.
Okay.
I understand what became of the former. As for the latter, through conversing with your
And is it your wish?
We Milala are the people of Treno now. Here. The moment Elila relinquished the key, she relinquished our claim to it as well. But be that as it may, my sister gave up not only her life, but her darling daughter, to prevent its misuse.
Okay.
It's my duty to ensure that its new bearer, should it answer your call as it never did ours, how would you use the key's power?
I mean, yeah. If it's a shard, a trans shard key, then that's what we're gonna use it for.
For some, that might be a self-serving end. And what's more, there's your friendship with my niece. I dare say that speaks well of your character.
By the by, do you have any records pertaining to the key here in Treno?
Alright, now we're getting into the good stuff. Oh, well, never mind.
Delilah took everything with her when she joined preservation.
Well, that's probably what the stuff that Shayla's working on decrypting is that information. It's about the key.
And so we find ourselves
our visit.
Yeah.
But by that, I don't mean to say that I don't feel welcome in Treno. You've all been so kind and accommodating. And in many ways, it's my hometown. It's just that, well,
It's all right, my dear. It is true that some feel bound by blood or birthplace, but I don't believe that your parents... They devoted their lives to understanding the key so that future generations would not be as we have chosen Treno.
Yeah.
So too should you choose the place you call home. A place where you can bloom and...
I will.
Well, this is sweet.
We must give you a proper sense.
Very cute. I want to know more about the key, though, bro. That's what I want.
A word of caution, keeper of the key. As you know, it is a relic that has traveled across centuries and worlds, oft beckoning to those ruled by ambition or avarice. Indeed, some have wondered if it chooses its master. But I believe differently. I believe that some inexorable force, call it fate, if you will, be wary, for fate's regard now falls upon you.
Ooh, that's kind of hard, not gonna lie. Hey yo, who is that? All right. My curiosity is definitely piqued. I want to know more. I think I'm gonna do this. Is there a... Okay, yeah. Wish there was a way to lock the location of the panel so you couldn't move it. It's an auto epic glimmer creation button. I'll start it. Yeah, that'd be nice. You have to pull them all out, which is annoying. Yeah.
Thank you all for everything.
We're the ones who should be thanking you. You fought so many times.
I've tended to the people's immediate hurts, but see that they receive appropriate care as they recover.
I still can't believe you took down the Doom Train. Just like that. You're my hero, truly. And I'm sure
For my part, I cannot thank you enough for supporting my plan for the barrier.
What's going on with
Not
the
to
faces?
mention that we wouldn't even...
Reshade's doing something weird.
I can't wait to see what else we can do now that the mine is back in service. Kryl. O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy.
I think it's this one that
Let this
causes that
sky
problem.
grant shelter from darkest storm.
Reshade does some
And
goofy
pray
stuff
for you.
sometimes.
Remember that, will you?
Of course.
After so long without her, I had begun to forget what my sister was like. Her face, her voice,
Dude, this is chopped.
fading like the mist. All I could remember clearly was her. But now I've seen her again. It is a joy to have met you, Kryl.
You too, Aunt Meili.
I know
Agreed.
your home lies far from here, but to us you'll always be family. Come and see us once in a while, won't you?
I will. My comrades have found a treatment for Levin's sickness, so I'll bring it to Treno as soon as I can.
My, you certainly have no shortage of accomplished friends. We'll await your return, my dear.
We go.
Life is full of surprises when one lives in hope. Isn't that right, Delilah?
All right. Well, that's like a nice story. Still want to see more about the key, so I'm hoping that Shale has some cool stuff to tell us. Alright, so I gotta go talk to Gasan. Solution here. Oh man, the DDoS is really slowing me down. Ah. All right. However, stalwart companions, traversing the mist continent with no knowledge of what awaited was extraordinarily reckless. That I cannot deny, but it availed us much. We have the opportunity to rescue diplomatic relations with a longtime ally, or resume. And as I did not, in fact, come to harm, all's is well that ends well. Should you feel compelled to go on any other excursions in the future, I expect you will notify me beforehand. Yes, of course. It was remiss of me. I apologize. Duty's call is most insistent, nevertheless. Whenever you require my aid, please do not hesitate to seek it. Otters. I hear Shale. You're back. How did it go? Did you find a way down? Yep. I've heard you. Erla sheltered the Malala all this time. What's more, the mayor was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes that the historical documents pertaining to it are stored in preservation's archives. It could be, though our work isn't done yet, we've made progress on the decryption. I was on my way to a containment complex to review the data in situ. In that case, allow me to accompany you, although it may be incomplete. I should like to review this information. We'll contact you as soon as we've made some sense of it. In the meantime, I suggest that our warrior Blake gets a good night's sleep or two. You never know what the manner of hellish technology will be after us next. And Kryl, I assume you'll be wanting to familiarize yourself with the care and feeding of Porxies. Indeed, while I'm aware of the principles, I was needed elsewhere when the others were treating the Levin affected. I shall have to ask you still to instruct me. There's the least I can do for my family. I intend to visit them whenever possible, but my home will always be here in the source. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Okay, so we're not going to get to learn more about the key. A little bit of a bummer. Maybe we get our Marvel post-credit sequence, though.
Now, there is much to be done. With access to the mine restored, I'd like to explore methods to expand our food.
Okay. Alright, who is this character?
Oh, my poor heart. I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area. But our eyes definitely met, didn't they? Oh, that's not ideal. Such fearsome instincts to perceive me as a threat in an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised. It's the Source's vaunted hero, after all.
Halmarut!
Oh.
No! Dear me! Oh.
That's kind of a big drop. It's a little bit.
One need hardly be the warrior of lights to notice you. You're far from subtle. As if the horns and scales weren't enough, you insist upon dressing for another century. Those clothes must be as old as I am. Where is your robe?
You mean the robe that practically announces me as an Ascian? Not that I don't intend to reveal that detail, but it will be at a time of my choosing. Besides, if one of us can't help but draw the eye, it's you. Oh, Calyx, how you've grown.
Yeah.
Smaller, that is. And surprisingly cute-ish.
Put me down.
Uh-huh.
Jests aside, we will be departing the 9th all too soon. If you wish to say your goodbyes, I could find you a vessel and mold it to match your preferred presentation.
Don't you dare. I will not debase myself by occupying a living body ever again. And in any case, to travel the rift as you do requires the shedding of one's flesh, does it not?
I apologize if I upset you. Your understanding is, in essence, correct. The magics cannot bring a vessel through the rift. Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether until... However, that doesn't mean you need discard everything like so much refuse. Using fissures such as this, one can easily send small amounts of matter between reflections. Matter such as your archived memory.
All the more reason to remain as I am, at present. And as this form suffices for surveying the material realm, I see no reason to expend effort searching for a replacement. I wish only to observe. That is...
Very goofy, but
I shan't
I'm not
press.
surprised.
Nevertheless, odd though you may look, I would encourage you to bid farewell to those... For now that you failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die.
I had hoped to banish death from their lives. Why should it come to all, whether they will it or no? It was never about any one person. So no,
Interesting.
there are none with whom I would exchange fond But so long as mankind yet survives, I can hold fast to my faith. That my life's work might again bring someone's salvation.
Hold fast you must, as we press ever onward. For soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come.
Uh-huh.
That's your ominous prediction, is it?
No, it's nature's proclamation. Can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence, left by the will of the star.
Wither blows fate's wandering will. The gray clouds presage winter's chill. Interesting. Okay, so we finally see Halmarut. Calyx is in a fucking Squishmallow body. Interesting. Okay. Wow. All right. Well, that was long, and I'm smoked from being up so early. So I'm gonna shut it down here. But interesting. I think this patch, the story was a lot more interesting. I'm slightly disappointed that we didn't get more answers about like the key and some other stuff, but we did get like a nice bridge, and they got the nice tease of Halmarut at the end there and Calyx. So really excited for more. I'm hoping 7.5 can really elucidate some things, because otherwise there's going to be a lot of threads dangling. But I guess also like 8.0 has to have somewhere to pull, right? So pretty good. Dungeon was fine, a little easy. Bosses were not particularly challenging, but it's very nice looking, and the music's good. Trial's good. DDoSing kind of killed the flow, but it was a good trial. I enjoyed the mechanics. I'm excited to see what they do in the extreme with like a lot more vertical up and down stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna eat some food, and then I'm gonna gather and craft, and probably take a nap. And do some less intense things. So thank you guys for hanging out and checking it out, and I'll probably upload this as a VOD to the channel at some point, edit it down and upload it. And then I will likely stream Savage Prog on the 6th, when that our first couple nights of Savage Prog. So thanks again, and see you guys later. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't, if you're here. And have a good nap. Yeah, I'm stoked. It's gonna be good. And if you're not already in the Discord channel, make sure you jump into the Discord channel, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.